great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was kind of like a short form. It's a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch by the same authors considered the initial book of the period of the Acharonim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled a great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe and Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to read about in the very next lecture. Fascinating. So that's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries that we have been thinking about Acharonim, writing on Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well and working. So the Taik is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected currently in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in Halakha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper specialization, partially assisted by technology. Because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, we have some specialized databases and so on, but it is accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever, anywhere been written about a specific issue, and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Hanukkah, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow and they're typically filled with jelly or custard. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Acharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganiyot, the book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Acharon, that we've gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. What are the post-Acharonics to be like? I don't know how long this can last. I'm sure there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait. Anyway, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. built in the northern industrial city of Safed, so it stops. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s and Spanish expulsion. In fact, the language was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some major thinkers like Luther, why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture of this occurred is the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese post-conversion or migration under tremendous from Portugal created this ripple effect, which the implications of that evil regulated the entire world. Jews were not only extended to the Mediterranean basin in Europe, but also across the Atlantic to America. One particular group of refugees from Spain, Portugal, and Asia, all the way back to Israel, which you would think is a fairly logical location, but you should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely free of Jews. There was a very, very small amount of Jewish population there. The Ramban, these arrived in the 13th century. We got to revive the very, very tiny community that was there. And so there was the Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city of Jerusalem. That was one of the centers after the Ramban began to revive the population. Much less well known was this tiny town. It's a fairly high and mountainous town, beautiful surroundings, looking over Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire. You can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire in this state. And the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be able to develop a new economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the Jews from Spain and Portugal, and in fact, even mocked the monarch of the Iberian Peninsula for giving out the local wealth, but the Ottomans felt was such a valuable resource. So there were tax breaks that were built into the 87 areas in Israel, and in particular in Tzfat, connected with the textile trade. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Tzfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of a sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Tzfat because of the large number of graves from the Mishnayim and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region, and especially along Jewish tradition to this day. So this is in the 1500s. There were more and more Jews were coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they're displaced, as we said, of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons. They want to be here. The years of atmosphere of Tzfat. It is in this region this inspiration that is Kabbalah. You should just take just a few moments to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means translated as tradition. Everything comes from the Kabbalah to receive something which is handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something which is received as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the scriptures. There are some fascinating, really Kabbalistic mystical traditions that were already in the ancient period. Which is experimentation with some of the mystical ideas that the community gets ancient. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century, although we like to use these things Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, specialized on various works. as there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is a tribute to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a master Rabbi. There are some articles perspectives, but what is known for certain is that Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in other fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and the France in particular, south of France, who developed new ideas of mystical creation and Zohar universe. And one of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is tree of life, or eight style, or the diagram shown here, inspired by the model that is described by Zohar, which essentially describes the series as 10 Sefirot. The term Sefirah is hard to translate into English. It may be linked to the word Saphir, which means like sapphire. So it is like somehow the word sphere, but basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the God, into the finite world in which we live. We'll be discussing different ways of this sort of approach that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the illumination of God's ability to finite world. The terms all have various characteristics of the cyber present in the ground, something like that means wisdom, understanding, ways, but basically Kabbalist very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the soul, but the soul was everywhere. To a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's like emergent about our radicalism. Once we have this theoretical knowledge, we say something we can do with it. Like, for example, how do we create the something close to it? Can we accelerate the period of time in which the world remains uncritiqued? There are also popular magic association with Kabbalah as well. Spells, amulets, and so on that go back to the now, the tree of life is not any representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you see that each of these different colors those represent different letters of the alphabet that is represented in the text of the world that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of the Kabbalah in this read is that the teacher, Rabbi and the student, Rabbi had a different relationship as to how Jesus changed the specifically because the question of why this Jesus for the teacher, Rabbi Rivera, he was as it were built into the system that it is impact or consequence of the way the spirit of society. Whereas for the idea, kind of was created as a result of science and the early capitalism, which we term the Spirata wisdom of the vessels. But very briefly, when the universe was created and the management was poured into the metaphor, these clay containers of the spirit, which did not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness and shadows. And the earth as it were absorbed a combination of godliness and actual clay that held outside of the vessels. So it sounds confusing. But basically, that's where the word comes from. That everything that we have, like home or book, yes, so that they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow very deep to the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is the shell, the cloud, that is formed from the additional vessels that will create contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from this age of ROTHSCHILD, which energizes actually the way that we see them. We borrowed from heavily from the idea that the teachers of ROTHSCHILD was the idea that humans have an extremely important loads of things in the rest of the starch of holiness that are buried within the Facebook members. That is the goal of Jews in particular, and humanity as a whole, is to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really the driving dynamism behind to see this in particular related to the visions of our life. Fascinating material, all kinds of so many other figures who are active at this time. But let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating figure, and that is the debate for the rules of suicide. This image is from the that had a tremendous impact on the very job. The Ten Commandments this is a picture of Joshua. I've been to Joshua. One of the few pictures that I can find online which is very immature. Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy, and the key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority to Joshua. The process of Jesus Peter has the thought or ordination is the way it's captured. This is the literally means the laying on the hands. The hands on just the head, put your weight on the hands so you're authority to it. There's a lot of interesting discussions of this in the topic as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses, Joshua, however, the problem is not something that was preserved in the literary creations of the time, but it was lost as a result of the deprivation of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we were but visiting Rabbi said, wait a second here. We have the greatest minds of Jewish people, all concentrated here in this world of history of time. By the way, the great elder sage Rabbi Joseph Caro discussed in the last video the author of the ship. I wrote the author of the great Joseph. He was in stuff as well. So that they allowed said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Joseph Caro is the great sage of the Jewish people. And then there's very good arguments made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him Rabbi, not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses is And then once he has that authority, then he will give others, including Revelation Pharaoh, including Rabbi Yisrael, there's probably not Revelation Pharaoh because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there's a small group of people, about half a dozen, that get this verse. And Rabbi Yaakov says, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the Rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. The fascinating idea, maybe a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world, but there are many rabbis outside of Israel, particularly so great as section. Unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. Nevertheless, was indicative of the excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with but narrow because studying this work. If you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love working with so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do. And I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Keep it watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with a Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a double at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, very large loss of life and significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Bepin, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. And it shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get through the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozakia, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of I'm not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regard themselves as being some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. Its relationship between these groups is very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossian, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nations, although that may not historically accurate at all. In fact, it might be the other way around, but that's outside the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they're concentrating in this region, which we call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated as a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that was ultimately defined themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we will also discuss at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards Ukraine or Crimea. It is along this river that we have separate regions where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its chernosem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town, own, the bread mill, own the bridges, own the orchards and the forests and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us not recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedier to them more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. So it could be taxes on produce, it could be a work tax type of corvée, which is called ROTHSCHILD at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, was a kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish Arezdator was the backbone of the economy, and but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Kurati. The so-called Kretschmann, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is, conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their role in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being in lower lifestyle because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. But this man shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents, their leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were close by and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the years 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, was called the Decree decree of Taik, Zeras Taik. The term decree is in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Taik. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms. They're really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yeved Sula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the Abyss of Despair. This is available in English translation. And it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of this impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stamfer, in particular, have that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there were that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. These are horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many accounts from Rabbi to the court commentator on the Shach, who all write about the experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly tweeted about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on the political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emerging Ukrainian nations and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidenak rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the what they argue the elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-30 note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Naika Nezhalezhnost in Kyiv today, a monument to both Dr. Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which I really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic looking statue, the original draft, actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find on the web, but in the original draft, it's a casting of it. Behind the boots of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated if this draft would have been accepted for the final version that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. And in fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence that Jews have had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing. And I know there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another video of the Jewish History Series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi, a very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this has to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continued reverberations of the challenge that he posed to Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi, what did he teach, and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's much more ready communications. Print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian leaders as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles, the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai Tzvi. And this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities. And he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. When you see this kind of pose with, Louis X or something like that in France, sort of one of the Austrian emperors, even the pose appears like this, because many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabbatai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jews in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities as in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in one of the journalists of Nicholas Hamel in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era in the sense that my grandparents took orphans from the Holocaust displaced people, and one in particular was raised alongside his father, rest in peace, like brother. So we're talking about like a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion, depression, and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways, an anticipation of a future. There's also, to this end, the very heavy drop of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Svat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating in the name of the Arizal of Isaac Lurie, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final repair of broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought on the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the planet. Finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today. There is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasing available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we have in precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas that are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to get information than classrooms. And women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed educational circles like universities. This may be actually one of the areas in which Shakti's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in modern era. Shakti was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet, thin voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he was engaged in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a community, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage was to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars looking backwards tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have at sometimes these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur, and he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there was other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of a perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his otherwise very gentle nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown in these imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back in Judah, who's the messianic era in the Shabbat's feet. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabbat's number one propagandist and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabbat's was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabbat's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further his delusions of grandeur. So, what were the characteristics of the things that Shabbat's was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. Antinomianism, we should really define it here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, almost means law injury. And he would take the strictures of Judaism, the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar he once celebrated, the three pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot, all in 1 week, instead of spread out throughout the year. Regular, as I mentioned, pronounced the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists. But people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws, in particular things like taking the fast day on Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destruction of the temple. But there were prophetic teachings to say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabbat also, by the way, claims to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claim to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer apply in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabbat's community, with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Magnitsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married the woman of the repute, so he would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through the very end. So this, kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually was in one of his engagements there, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he was barred from praying in Italy with him. And when he came in, he insisted on not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from a traditional school. He actually invited his friends to come up and had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs, in which he believed there was like lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath services. So in many ways, he was like really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of greed from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seemed to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening, that's the whole story. Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what's in the 1665 to 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi martyr, but on the other hand, obviously, he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself a Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, who was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. And that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the GUINNESS. They exist really right up to the 20th century in particular. His wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion and science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman and Jane Amidala. You can see she has exactly the same hairstyle. Interesting. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now that he did that, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was going to still participate in reading of Psalms and engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see GUINNESS actually a small but significant role to some awesome beautiful beliefs by that. He also had a significant impact on the later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Jonathan Ivishless shown here, the great Rabbi, the Moshe Sato, author of the Silk Time, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. There were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some followers. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you find them interesting. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for foreign publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish history labs. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded so you can get a sense of how well you absorb the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared for the next few months. And you will be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when you finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input, so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited for the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so you give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume, that is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages of that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below, and I would love to have you in this course. Also enjoy the lectures and take care. Thanks so much for listening. welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself likes to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of very coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he wasn't Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of very coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on this great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Luis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his group, one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba liked to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. Anyway, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Still, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. And first of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debt. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to drop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauss, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't make much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not host bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community development until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor in New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So a small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait, are you sure she's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy's wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps there were pretty based for some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wants to have nothing to do with it. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also put Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later in New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in world in a couple centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the South, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important place. Well, yeah, there's also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population derived more from Ashkenazic lands. It's kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition of the generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the former Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast. You can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis in New Orleans by the time we get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. A lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of them have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame. Who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from these Native American Jews at this point, they have different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 60,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. It's really a dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive at these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house, seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and it's also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and they'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy who's standing in the back on the left, I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course, and then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in the series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Avitar Friesel's really fascinating atlas of modern Jewish history, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say, in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas is to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800. And that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year of 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of Jews living in the US and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidus, an extremely important movement that had tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very conservative view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dudno, great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense that, the views of what is Hasidism, what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure. As in 1772, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact, a large chunk of Jews living in this area will be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Ukraine. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Vale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Vale of Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Vale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Mongolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad group, which grew in Lithuania. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression of Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as cantonista, or by destroying their internal structures. The Megillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. We'll return to that in public lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness, the word chesed, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the payos and things like that, but those are kind of like, Rebushin or clothing, that's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on the Veikut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people who study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that was actually desiderata. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, the often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim observer, someone who just recites songs, that are just going through the book, reading the words as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they would essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the force of Mene that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who were not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane studies of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, particularly who were known as Baalei Shem, which is literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when he first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pincussin or record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel Ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my colleague, my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. We found in the tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Mexico, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have done this well and still provides clear water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records elsewhere that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing numbers of students in Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try to understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim, or Mitznagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they were also defined by the Hasidism as well. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidism and Islam. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture, right? Yarmul culture. But a 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, practice place first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. And when I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, who call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given as finite. These are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So we ask the question: do you believe in 613? The Misnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual baths, not really for our discussion today. Anyway, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, as for example, with keeping kosher, how exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher, or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes, but like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any way a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is still there, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi. He is the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. And you can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Simon Wojcinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away, and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that, in many ways, the Misnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement. So it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is necessary, possibly different from the Misnagdim. The most significant, the king of Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, that the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Slovenia and Podolia, we want to go to a corrupt, ignoramus rabbi. We'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. We'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, the word mandate prayer times. One of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. In fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long is the Yom Kippur last? What exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements, or that the Mishnah don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, it's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restricted prayer times? And you have to start by a particular time and by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep important, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari. They follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Dieber's primary contribution to the historiography, saying, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that, can create a different revenue stream to really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argue that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention. Like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians really look down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabbatites, we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually kind of an affront for Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further affected the Jewish life politics. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and the Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they want an audience to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counterreacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll consign those works to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just. At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also unfortunately had difficulties. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with a very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of the Lozhe, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania, and formed the center and the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely, you better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that he was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you studied Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim who were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians who already studied the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with Yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChayim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah form is not good. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in Yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend, Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my Yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying Yeshiva. I go to Yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos that has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home. But I said to Rabbi, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day because of my intellectual problems and solving them. I'm going home for dinner, right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChayim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChayim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times, I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I'd already gotten way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings about Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos about. It made the Tosfos kind of jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChayim. It's very good resource. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called the Tzaddik, sometimes called the Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regard the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary and refused to regard very learned and hopeful people as being missionaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidim stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th, the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to that, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdim territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdim movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who is an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Cold River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors, like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world. The outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it's not unique to the 16th century. It's not like he woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry definitely being far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Muscovite. Certainly the most important of them, the king of Muscovite, was Moses Mendelssohn, self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax and vocabulary, had huge overlaps, but speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, there would be different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15 to 20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew, he's still observant Shabbat and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts, and so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens, like they were considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early Muscovite, by the way, Maskil is like the singular noun form of Haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, or an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. In fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, things like that. So Whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism. Others, like Solomon Lyman, said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for a minute, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by the cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody can be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because really this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, oh my gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and, articulate a statement that would be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some Maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in Jewish society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx who have they would have the children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Horowitz, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson of Hirsch was way too modern, was way too gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed a little bit heavier beard like this to make people look more traditional. So these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived greater numbers, greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, the heavy lean towards assimilation. You didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation. I mean, adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning the Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience, human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Messianic as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. I mentioned a couple of lectures ago, Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that they sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend these so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Mistagdim had to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Seifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom on Israel, Peace upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course we fulfilled Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Like the Hasidim with their ideals of Taik, closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as you mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lap of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it's worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and the Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who would like it, because one of my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout the Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews prior to their emancipation were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So, before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. Now, this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. Uh, the Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of nobility or the knights and groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending. And a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate the serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated moral Judaico, this kind of medieval oath where because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bare, holding on to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, saying that if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let's not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite, white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white, like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There's questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed that was applied specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It's not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath. That he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So, in other words, we have a situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So, in emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the Greek voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Cruz actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she proposed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about man. Honestly, it says man and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery, soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germano-tropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews, and Bordeaux and Bayonne, it was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate, they were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, marriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationship to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, wouldn't precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'll leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the General Constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issue for everyone in Austria, and quote unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hassan Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand, and he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights, because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. I think we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Taik, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Taik coined the unfortunate phrase, "The Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler. And he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today, I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, so it's just part of the nature of a Jewish experience, and then possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of the population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. Prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. So it really was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadtrat, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Ila, would be the one that would be interacting with the government or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews began to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic communal leadership, and that's when we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date on which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated. Shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the Serbs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution. Like the emancipation of Africans in America, it was not a funded emancipation. Like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties. But nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were emerging in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name of the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him. As you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. For a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value, and you see a figure on the roof. There's a famous scene where Ted is approached by a policeman who's giving something heads up that the drum's coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire as a government was certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence. They essentially followed the community made rail lines that were connected to many communities, and the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, until 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer as maintaining itself as a ROTHSCHILD, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority feared tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just felt way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and a few charts that I'd like to show you right now, a really interesting article published in 2019 by Elena Grosfeld, Sigmund Sakale, and Kamila Chudovskaya that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to certain church teachings and certain economic much, and four or five of the church and the specific local they coincide with significant political upheavals. But lots of periods where that political upheavals and no violence so in the office of the study did, which was preference because of solely those variables, with violence against youth and this the focal lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for society. Those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against youth. I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their needs. Okay, let's go to the list. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos before the Russian Empire. And students are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled another countries that comes from the state crises that we discussed in previous videos. We have to do something different. So basically, Jews decided on mass that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to make this. The first is actually the most traditional of all, that is immigration. It's like historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews into the region, and they see ways to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked for us. So we see from this passage in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Mediterranean to America, Canada, United States of America, Canada, South America, shortly to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel, and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way up to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem, it just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and including that become worse, as you just see as we move into the 20th century. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country, we're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, particularly during the time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders in Europe. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its cooperation with it. It's called the Maximized Revolution. It really wasn't just to consolidate foreign power, but also more authority to the guys in parliament. But it's not as well known about Trotsky's personal problem with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent presence anywhere in the Russian Empire. Anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, he was himself Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather interested in himself, self-seeking Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented a big forward for the society. We'll continue with this in the next statement. Thirdly, rather than saying that's not great and hope it gets better for themselves, rather than saying let's not emigrate, let's try and change it here, the third strategy is communism, saying let's emigrate, but let's emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there re-establish a Jewish cult, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this would be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal of the Jewish representative. No longer right place for him. He was an image of the first prime minister of Israel, that was really on, with the large picture tip of Herzl and out with the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel. This was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that turning to Israel as part of the Messianic future, and by forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and trying to establish a state where the Messiah arrived, that was considered almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a great some tradition. The fourth option was least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism. They said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave no immigration. We're not going to change the society of socialists that radically change. We're not going to do that. We are also not going to history of Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, Jews have sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. As Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture as thought as a minority scattered throughout the globe. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or Mexico, that represents us looking backwards for the diaspora. And where they had a limited amount of impact, their ideas were actually implemented during training and for slightly longer periods in the states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in this study, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise for charity to represent Jewish interests for democratic government and so on. So a huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists vision their thought of how to deal with identity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary. A person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with the community, or not. Identity doesn't really demand that you have to put into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources or criminal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like a well-structured organization for the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to put into it, which is not the case with diaspora nationalism. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking to a pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much Orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian Empire, which turned out not to work out that way, but at least not in the 20th century, at least not the beginning of the 20th century, but I'll talk about that later, they said, you know what, if we don't organize politically, like these other non-religious movements, then we will use an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jews, which represents a very large proportion of the overall Jewish public. And so the rabbinic traditionalists, with parties like Goodness Israel and Goodness and several other groups, they essentially try to promote a religious agenda, that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay? Those are the five basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shades in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a spiritual spectrum. And essentially, of course, we're reviewing the material in the last slides, but we will do graphic formats. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum. This is the way we would study it in American political science, things like that. You have a line, on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. They have really wide ranges of expectancy. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we could all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of going, which is basically here-ness. Do we believe political parties or political organizations argue in developing Jewish life here, or in the diaspora, or do we believe in this book? When we're there, it is or science from the diaspora. So every party has to put on both of these X and Y axes. If you look at the lower left quadrant, where you have socialism and lower Taik, most important party is the General Jewish Workers' Fund, USD, that was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in Florida, settlement Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thought. And so the book really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the industrialized world. And by the time you get to the 1970s revolution, there were 30,000 hard-carrying members of the book. Now, backing up, what about the quadrant to the lower right? You see that we have this action of GUINNESS represents the diaspora nationalists, right? So they're definitely very difficult. Right? They did not favor the idea of Israel, but they didn't think that the country had been so radically changed by a socialist system. They were really more interested within a capitalist right? Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very interesting the Zionists, and we think of it as shades of Zionist interpretation. But the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodore Herzl Schomburg, and the father of modern political Zionism in the 1897, 7 years before, the General Zionist Congress. And the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine Zionism, general Zionists. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella type of Zionism. This is contrasted from the positionists who are up here, sort of like more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, but definitely in a kind of political sense. A lot of these Republicans, he's the most important thinker and activist among the positionists. And they essentially believe that Herzl is far too diplomatic, that he's far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surround Israel or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach, which is basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, eventually you'll negotiate through and look at Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more aggressive because they must be more militarily trained. They should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially took more of the finally, if you move over here to the upper left quadrant, you have a very important movement, the coalition, workers of Zion, who was definitely very impressively Zionist. But they thought that it would be a shame if Israel would just be the reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the sort of ideal of the Israeli Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is mowing the land, living in the swamps, things like that. That's kind of like the idea of coalition. And this movement is primarily responsible for the control of the Labor Party that dominated much of the movement. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that as sort of like this third unilateral, and this represents the religious parties. Because up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or still not religious. That means a huge number of Jews that are religious values, and traditionally Judaism is sacred to them. They did not want to, advance it and stick with it. So the first group we look at are the so-called Islamic. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular scientists to establish a modern state represented the abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what's going on. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the graduate unfolding of the Messianic idea. They followed in large part the teachings of Israel, Rabbi brilliant scholars who lived in Israel, and was a very profound scientist, although he was not specifically politically motivated to lead the party or anything like that. But he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were transferred in Israel. And then finally, and I'm actually trying to find the deal right now, you also have those traditionalists, Jews, traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be raised by religious groups. And furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum being anti-religion or neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Israel, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to system their right to the image of religious. Among their many religions are the Syrian shops, stock selling program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. It was to the public middle class. The page at the moment, 2,711 videos that over the course of a 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud this is the celebration of the distribution of another cycle that was held all over the world. This time to be at the Life Stadium. I was actually present in the celebration. So that's kind of like the things that ROTHSCHILD does. They think about what the Shiva students need, what the Kotel founders need, and then we're also the politics. So that's a graphic representation of how these political organizations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, I wish I had always say to me, just as this enjoyable. But if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's really nice to see that people are if you don't want to miss the lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on YouTube so that it gives you a notification. Hey, the video's happening, premieres happening, where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership, which give you access to other events and live. But I really please that you get to this video. Other folks can do it. Let's go. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which is one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe in the 20th century. So this map is crucial. We've really got to understand this map if we want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. And for example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. Then you have Austria-Hungary, which once this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little lump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, was ruled by Admiral Horthy, and as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary itself. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reform countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, as we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet bloc. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these treaties, and they want to revise. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make this as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently used in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm showing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous, how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Right? Berg is a German suffix in the city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that we commemorate to this day in the former Soviet Union, the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that, where it's outside of the What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I. No sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you don't have against the enemy, and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them, but they have machine guns, things like that, so it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. They took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They were assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that has stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. And they call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic, federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. As Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time consider it a massive ghetto because of the concentration of Jews. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Zelensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tavares Lenin in Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in Russian Empire. You see various nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, monarchist movement, and some of these anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly, proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York in November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. So white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. We have Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, of course, a very prominent Jew. Although it's not an observatory at all, but nevertheless, he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there that represented Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to whose reference here. Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see it better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied community in order to absorb this new ideology. And he was holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlay here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what we're talking about next. Thank you very much for watching. certainly more than a level of concentration and emotion that it takes. It's not easy. Team sports are easy. Welcome, how are you? How did you find out about it? Okay, okay, from Kiss or Blue Sky? It's okay. I love that.
Yeah, staff it. You gotta need to be here. Alright, thank you. Let's go back.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to oppose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II. Because it was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Now, let us begin with a discussion of the Yevsektsiya. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Еврейский секция, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Dimenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in this early period. Dimenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population. That traditional is specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the steppe life, the small villages of dotting the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. The general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted, and there was still, numerous forces, including particularly the Ukrainian Directory and Moscow and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is, the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of a monarchy, or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. So the communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this really atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEP, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take 2 steps forward. And the new regime could not maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you'll recall immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would shut down, but for a brief period of time till about 1924, that began to sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin. But if you focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during a period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There were some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union. But others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union. And he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are, Diemstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of war communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym called SIC, which referred to the All Russian Central Committee, and in Yiddish they would say that it wasn't the Russian acronym, it was a Yiddish acronym for Sen Eden Kommandier, where 10 Jews are in charge. That was not a truism. We never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but there were very important influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size of the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was the vast majority of Jews who were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who were religiously oriented, who recognized the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So there's a great complex of issues involved here. The thing that made the Soviet Union very popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to commit pogroms than the other forces that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered an enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support for the Soviet Union. But as we shall see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 1920s for all of the non-Russian nationalities, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. And so it can be translated as rootification, roots as in a tree, or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general society and identifying those elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but socialist in content, meaning they could wear their national costumes, they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as none of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism. Right? Nationalist in form, okay, socialistic content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialistic content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialistic content. So this idea of colonizatio was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like, theory operating that communism was the true form of human organization. And if you dug below the accreted layers of corruption that came in from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses or dancing the hora, whether they eat kreplach or whether they ate, I don't know, hey, and whatever it would be, it would still be naturally communist, but only you get past all those other things. So that's the policy of colonization. And what Diemenstein did was he took that material and said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures and talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which really huge was this idea of atheism, right? Because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of, loose tribal, familial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Militant Atheists. Sounds like it's funny, actually. And this was targeting all religions, of course, not just Judaism. They published this magazine here. This is called Bezbozhnik, which means literally godless. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they're showing obviously Jesus, who was getting all of the various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of religion being opiate of the masses, that religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high, and unable to appreciate your true class enemies and things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbozhnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed in trying to do things, crazy things, like rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated Stalin and Marx instead of Moses, that Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material across. Yiddish was considered the true folk language of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew characters. But that was the native tongue of 97, 98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention, lavish, on anything in Yiddish which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous, culture effervescence. And in fact, the 1920s are very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because the more they poked around with it, the more they messed it up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms and Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. And also in modern Hebrew, it's too closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language, like, for example, chaver, which is translated to Russian as tovarich, as English, comrade? How do you speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is say, okay, you can keep the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew letters, the word for chaver in Hebrew and in Yiddish is chet vet resh, 3 letters. But in Yiddish, in the Soviet period, we heard chaf aleph vav vav ayin resh, which is 6 letters. And if you didn't know what you were looking at, you'd be totally confused when you saw it. So many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all of the nationalities in this form. Ukrainians, for example, have a letter G, G, which is distinct from the Russian letter G. And so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. If you use the Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looked like the letter H and pronounced it like a Russian letter H, you could be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, the Siddur, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Siddur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has the words Tehillat Hashem, which means the Psalms of God or the songs of God. The word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate that it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, you can see the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the top. So that you know that you should pronounce this as an H. So it's really very ironic, because one of the things that the Yevsektia did was they looked at 5 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the so-called Manatzpah, that are written differently at the end of a word than if they were written at the beginning of the word, and they said those letters are illegal. You can't use those 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters, because it's too hard for people to learn. It's not proletariat. We should have a simple language, a simple alphabet. So they tried to take away these 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried to take away the G from the Ukrainian alphabet, and so in return, we forced a new letter on them, right? You see the word Hashem, that H is actually an imposition into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate a Hebrew sound. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yevsektia, and one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which was way out in the border with China. It was 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Birobidzhan. Well, it's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language in Birobidzhan and stuff like that. But they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration there, exactly when the Jews could have used it during World War II. At any rate, to sum up, the 1920s period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but a huge surge of popularity of Yiddish language and culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these kind of national reform and socialist and content experiments. He shut down the Yevsektia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that held exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results, and what ended up happening was that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much pig iron over this amount of time, or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. one of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, this massive terror famine that in particular affected Ukrainian regions. In 1932-33, a huge number of people, it's very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million, a huge number of people, and there are larger estimates as well. This colossally awful artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his henchmen. It was actually a terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began in the Soviet Union, especially towards the end of the 1930s. As people began to see that the glorious reports of Soviet productivity were not evident in reality, rather than say, wait a second, maybe people are exaggerating their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blamed non-existent saboteurs, that they were wreckers, there were people who were somehow, deciding to stand in the way of progress with the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, and forced to divulge the names of other saboteurs. This created this ecosystem of purges that was not at all unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was hunted out everywhere. People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even a person who wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless under the pain of torture, give up all kinds of names. This initiated a horrific cycle of arrest, torture, confession, arrest, torture, confession, that resulted in millions of people, again, the scale is phenomenal, being exiled to the Gulag out in Siberia or even executed. And this really consumed the Soviet Union in the later 1930s. And at this point, the Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society. And Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor, with the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership. And the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen, as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. So by the time you get to the late 1930s, what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant. And this is where we're going to have to pick up the story next when we look at the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation in the communist movement had tremendously disastrous results when we're over to the program. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to begin discussing the Holocaust, the most difficult chapters in the long history of the Jewish people. Please note that this information is intended for educational content only. I will be speaking very briefly about the Holocaust in the context of this series, but if you are curious and are motivated to learn more, I have an entire online course which is specifically on the topic of the Holocaust, and it is free and open to the community. Please see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course. What I'd like to do today is speak a little bit about the interwar period and Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of terminology. What is this word Holocaust? Where does it come from? Why do we use that term? So the Holocaust itself, obviously we're speaking about the Nazi attempt to destroy the Jews of Europe during World War II. was such a tremendous, such a huge and audacious act of brutality that it begged a specific term to try to capture what it referred to. In the 1940s through the 1970s, various terms were tossed about to try and capture the sense of this historical event. Probably the first term that was used is the word genocide, which was coined by this man, Rabbi, in 1944. And the term comes from the words genos, meaning people, or class, in the sense of a class of family, and side, meaning to kill, like as in homicide or suicide or patricide, that kind of thing. So genocide means the killing of a people. And that term was very useful, and of course has entered the English language, but it lacks a specific Jewish context. It doesn't specifically address the fact that the Nazis really targeted the Jews. There were other people, such as the Roma and Sinti and others, but the Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations, and so genocide is a little bit too generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s is Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust, starring Meryl Streep and others. And where does this term come from? So actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It is a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible, and the translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well in the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term olah, which means a sacrifice that is completely burned up. And in the verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust with a pleasing order to God. Now, the term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though, the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot, and others. But still, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological problems. Like, are we actually going to say that if the Jews are serving as the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, what does that make the Nazis? And how do we say that connects to God perceiving a pleasing odor? It's a very problematic term. So for that reason, many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, and they rely on the Hebrew term korban, which means destruction. And that term korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era and 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term korban is definitely popular, but it also adds a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular users. In Israel, the most popular term is Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of the temples and the theological baggage that goes along with it. One last term. We should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think are rather offensive. For example, to use the term extermination, the extermination of the Jews of Europe. Extermination is a term we use for vermin, which plays right into the Nazi ethic with regards to their destruction of this population of people. There are certain terms like final solution and Guinness, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a mugshot of Hermann Goering from the Nuremberg trials, and he used terms like this, an end seal, the end goal, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless it is the term that has become most popular in the English language, so therefore we use it for expediency. So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in Europe at this time, we can see this map, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. They're spread out across Europe, and a great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to speak German very well, dress like Germans, tend to have less outward adherence to traditional Jewish observance, whereas when you move to the east, you have a lot more of the masses of traditional Hasidic and Iranian Jews who are much more obviously Jewish from that. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism from spreading in Germany in particular. In fact, a lot of the anti-Semitism that Nazis relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous lectures about the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred. And when we get to the modern period, there is a very kind of quasi-scientific quality to it, in which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspect of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of a conspiracy, specifically that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews are a tiny minority of the population, is specifically in some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. For example, here you see a German language novel from 1920 that shows a hideous kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews are like carrion eaters, they're vermin, they live off decay, they're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races, and once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, reads Die Sünde wie das Blut, ein Zeitroman, the sin against the blood, a novel of the times. And the fact that the Jews in Germany, which were much more assimilated, actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, you see this really bizarre form of children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really twisted kindergarten teacher who became propagandist. This is a book for children called Gift Bits, the poison toadstool. Right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. That's the kind of thing that goes on in that particular piece of propaganda. The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a global conspiracy, like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of like vicious tarantula straddling the globe, or here's something from the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews carry typhus, they're associated with this deadly lice-borne disease, and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is just terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early interwar period, the Jew is portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake who is strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads the German Deutsche Christen retten Österreich, which means German Christians save Austria, right? And you have to vote for a particular political party in order to save Austria from this Jewish snake, who, by the way, is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath it. So that's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler came of age in. Now, here's an image of Hitler as a baby, kind of a chilling image to look at. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. And when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Arts, a rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact, he complained about it in his memoirs later, and he always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming student body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of white supremacist thought, right up until America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and he joined it enthusiastically. He was actually wounded during World War I. He was the victim of a gas attack, which was used at that time, as we discussed in the previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, he, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Here you can see another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was the Dolchstoß. You can see by the way, I'm using some Austrian materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian. Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they're really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, they would prosecute the war together, but that's for later on. Anyway, here is an Austrian depiction of the anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. There's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front. And sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back. The Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won in World War I. Hitler, when he came back from the war, got very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the Beer Hall Putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, and allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got, credibility for having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs. And while he was there, he wrote his memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his, ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, a lot more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in the so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s. But he never gained a majority of the vote with his Nazi party. Here you can see the elections of 1928. He only got 2.6% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932. His primary opponents were really the Communist Party. And in March 1933, he garnered 33% with a lot of dirty tricks. But ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the Communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote. So in the coalition-style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time, Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he was able to come to power. He proceeded early on to identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg Law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics, that is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that was dependent for all kinds of advancement in various careers and in public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any taint of Jewish blood. Jews were removed from civil service, from the courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind, called Kristallnacht in 1938, where there was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from the broken glass that littered the streets of German cities, and it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews of Germany that they had better get out. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there were very few countries who would actually accept them at that time, as immigration quotas were imposed, and fewer and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue with the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. The war broke out on September 1st, 1939. This followed the secret pact that was signed by the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia to invade Poland and the Baltic states from either side of the divided. We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first by the Germans, and later on in the next lecture, we'll discuss a little bit the nature of the two nations first encounter that the Jews of the Balkans in particular had with the something more population. Here is some currency printed in the Liechtenstein by Coast himself, which portrayed him as some kind of like protectionist, messianic, like who was frequently derided in the local population as a king's son, which is the word local population. And it seems that seems like not clearly articulated what he wanted to do with this ghetto. In some places, like which was run by mostly, it seemed that the model was inductions to meeting, and there was a purpose for having the Jews in these ghettos that was somehow related to their utility to the poor, which was a major textile center. Jews there were put to work creating, uniforms for Nazi soldiers and linemen and things like that. And so having a brick plant is essentially a lifeline for these religion. Somehow, sort of made sense as a type of sexual slave labor. On the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Chernobyl was active, seem to be attritionist in nature, meaning the whole point of the ghetto is simply to have Jews starve to death, and very few provisions were provided to them. Jews were reduced to either dying of starvation or typhus or shots to children or attempting to smuggle those outside the walls. Order was maintained, or a semblance of order was maintained by so-called Jewish police, who were set up by the practically hated by the Jewish population for their enforcement of Nazi objectives. There's a tremendous amount to say about the nature of life in the ghettos, which extended from the beginning of the war in 1939 through the dissolution of the ghettos in 1942. The primary characteristic of the ghetto experience is that of starvation, privation, mass death. But there were also some broad internal activities, such as Warsaw creation of underground medical schools, theatrical performances, and lending libraries, including an array of activities. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity. The period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. See my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust, per se, really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double-crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that was sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtler, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. Here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked of this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the General Gouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, the political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day, leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in a slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused. Lice removed from their bodies. This was very common in many of these camps, and even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited today to have a piece of important news that is a significant milestone in my life, and I hope it will also have a positive impact on yours as well. Those of you who have been with the channel for a while know that just before the pandemic, I signed a contract with a fantastic orchestra, touring the shores of Jerusalem to produce a 3-volume history of the Jewish people from earliest times to the present day. My goal was to create something that would dignify the be the perfect one and still be able to for the next century. That's my goal. A really useful project. And the news for all of us today is that this very day I sent in a manuscript to my publisher, first volume. It looks like I've been working on it since the beginning of the pandemic, a few months before whenever it got started. And I'm just really pleased to reach this particular milestone. I want to take a minute in this video to tell you a little bit about how we became involved in the beginning of it. First of all, the really different thing that I tried in this particular volume that I think is so successful is I crowdsourced a certain amount of the research by sketching out the chapters in a series of about 100 odd videos, which I call Jewish History Lab. I've added a few other series as well since then. And I'm really pleased to say that it's got a big response. There have been 9 million views on the channel. About 75,000 subscribers, and 300 channel members who get involved at much deeper level. But here's the part that's specifically connected to the book. I created a biblical Jewish history course where I just put all of the videos and organize them so that my channel does tend to get a little bit confusing. I wrote about different projects. I put the videos in sequence and by relevancy, and then I added the draft chapters as we go along. So far, 100